Hello, hello. Turn this down just a smidge. All right. This is different. We're streaming on YouTube instead of Twitch today. I wanted this to be super replay friendly, you guys, so hopefully I can just trim up the first bits of it and get straight to the story for the people that want to rewatch it. But hold on one second. Let me just make sure you guys can hear me. Let me refresh the page. I wanted this to be super replay friendly, you guys, so hopefully I can just get straight to the story for the people that want to rewatch it. But hold on one second. Okay, so let me just, I tweeted back out the link. So the way that this is going to work, you guys, is we're going to do quite an immersive mode, but the story last time was just so good. I was like, I will just really, really regret almost all the time I've spent playing Genshin Impact if I don't share this experience with people who also like the game, because I missed being on stream for Albedo's reveal, and I missed being on stream like with anybody who cares about this game for what do I want to say? The Samsara reveal. That's what I'll say about that. That's the way that I can not give spoilers about that. So I feel like something that big is going to happen at the end of this quest. I've had a little bit of spoilers already. I know that it has something to do with the Fatui, and you know, we have to go get the next Gnosis. Each Gnosis is like a chess piece in the game, right? So Venti had his Gnosis taken, Zhongli let go of his Gnosis through a contract, and now someone is out and about trying to snatch the Electro Gnosis from Raiden Shogun. So I assume it has something to do with that. There's also going to be the themes of life and death explored, as well as rebirth. And the reason that is important is because if you're not on a spiritual journey, or you haven't studied just general religion, like Gnosticism, like the concept of like what's it called? In between dying. What's the waiting room called? Like a lot limbo. Like if you're not familiar with just like regular religious terms like going to heaven and going to hell, you're gonna miss out on so much. So like enjoy the story for what it is, but just trust me when I say there's a lot of detail of real world lore and Genshin specific lore that's going to be revealed in this one, even the boring NPCs. So I hope you enjoy. Give me just a minute to set up my cam and pour myself some water and we'll get started. Good morning. It's a bright and early 12:56 p.m. here in sunny Los Angeles, California. I know I don't usually do morning streams, so it feels a little weird, but it's gonna be good. One sec, guys. I muted myself. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. Ooh, I wonder if I can mod you from here, Kat. If you're able to be around, I would love to have a mod just in case we have a lot of new people randomly come in, because this is one chat that if I save the replay, it'll save the chat with it. And since it's so story heavy, I do want to be really strict on spoilers. Just because I don't want to spoil it for other people if they're going to watch the story for the first time. So let me see if I can mod you, or if you could just like ask people. Because at a certain point I'm going to be like in this story and not being paying attention. So hopefully, I mean, usually everyone that's in the chat is super respectful, but just in case. Oh no, I can't while I'm streaming, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah! Y'all in trouble now. Cat's in charge now. Anyhow. Sounds good? Not ready for all that yet. It's it doesn't like to pick up Genshin when it's in full screen mode, so it takes it a few minutes for me to get to a windowed version of it. Thanks, for guys. Thanks for waiting for it.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon? Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Okay. No, not just a YouTube problem, but I kind of took it upon myself to add a bunch of new background filters last night and to actually create a specific YouTube connected profile through my streaming software, which is OBS. And it's just taken me a little longer than it should to navigate it, but it's just because I haven't memorized all the sources yet. I'm so much more familiar on my Twitch profile. Learning curves. Also, I've only had one coffee this morning, so she's a little bit slow. But here we go. Cool. So, for those of you just joining us, hi, hello. My name's Amber Plaster. You're watching Artemis Nepal Gaming, and I usually live stream on Twitch. Before that, I used to stream all the time on Periscope, and I miss those days. I wish that Twitter didn't kill it. Anyway, if you enjoy this sort of thing, I would love it if you would subscribe to my channel. I'm trying to grow it, and I have a lot of Genshin theory videos I would love to do, but in the meantime, I think this story is going to be really meaningful, and I just wanted to experience it with you, the newest Archon quest. So let's go!
Boats are made.
Dreams, emptiness, deception, like a triumphant hero. Continue talking to Nahida somewhere else. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely not as many innate custom abilities in YouTube because YouTube simply took what Twitch built already and like made it work for them. So, you know, there's not like, you can get custom emotes and you can get custom alerts, but like it's not something that YouTube offers inherently. So you look at your controls a little differently. It's just, and also I'm telling you, I put in like 10 new visual pieces of content. I'm just used to things like, I connect my memory with color. So when things are out of order, I'm like, I thought that was my intro screen. Why does that look wrong? Why is it not connected to something? Because it's red. Because I replaced it. Okay, like, I get distracted easily. I take this.
For transfer.
Let's go to Sumeru.
Commodities.
You guys, I canceled going to get my freaking expedition reward 3 times since last night because they keep wanting to start the cutscene to this story, and I'm like, no, I don't want to talk to Catherine. I just want to like collect my rewards, and they want to talk to Catherine, the character, and I'm like, this isn't fair, miHoYo. So I keep like crash starting the game. They shouldn't be able to do that. Like, let me just do my commissions. You shouldn't force someone to do a story like that, man. It's like, don't fill up your tank with gas until you finish watching this TV show. It's like, can we not do that? And to answer your questions, I was most excited for Candace, and I got Candace twice in one 10 pull yesterday. Very, very excited about that. Finally have a Hydro user I'm excited about. Her hair is amazing. She looks like an Egyptian goddess. And I am having a lot of fun playing with her, even though I have no idea what the hell I'm going to do with the shield. Ever. But as somebody who's only had Barbara, real excited to have a Hydro. I wanted Yalen so bad. I even rolled for Ayato, who I don't think would be my favorite, but I just really enjoy Hydro characters because they're super powerful. I still don't even have Mona. And so the next person I'm hoping to roll for is Venti, because I've been playing since day 1 and I still haven't gotten Venti, and I want to collect all the Archons. I'm actually least likely to roll for Sino just because I don't tend to use Electro characters. So I started to read a little bit about the update, and it said something about talk to the locals at least once before you start this quest so that you can know how they normally sound. So we're gonna go talk to some locals first. It's our little fortune teller with her 2 little kitties. Temptation triggers love, but too much love triggers disaster. Temptation triggers love, but too much love triggers disaster. Luckily, they don't care too much for you. Who are they? Harut and Marut. They're the shadows of nimble dragons, free and unfettered creatures. See, I told you. So there's going to be a huge theme of duality, and that's reflected in the black and the white, yin and yang behind her. They're the shadows of nimble dragons, free and unfettered creatures. Also, we're going to be getting dragons soon, and I'm so excited about it. They're also my cats! Cute. Then temptation and love are... Cats are curious creatures. They have many strengths, but curiosity is not one of them. Their curiosity and penchant strand fish on the shore and trap birds on the ground. That means disaster for the fish and the birds, no?
Harut, Marut, you must resist the power of temptation.
Okay.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as
I think we're already in whatever we're in, because I don't think she used to sound like that. I think she used to be like, for 5 more, I'll tell your fortune. Like, it was much more like straightforward and not as like deep. I don't know. So let's go talk to Catherine. And this little floating blue dragon next to me, we're calling him Cloud Retainer because that's who made him. Apparently he's just a gadget and not really a thing, but whatever. We're just not going to pay attention to that. He's so cute. Anyway, it's a 2-year Genshin Impact anniversary gift. So if you log into Genshin Impact at all, I think during this month, you get him. And luckily he is silent, as they should all be. So, yes. Oh. Catherine? This, is concerning. Never have I ever seen the booth empty before. That's so weird. Hold on, I gotta take a picture of that.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share?
He's like, where is she? Alright. But for real though, I didn't even take a picture. I just hit the wrong button and rolled with it. Okay. Go to the Adventurers Guild. Alright, you got it. You mean like this one? Oh. Oh, we have to talk to Nahida somewhere else, right? We're sneaking away from her. It's still weird that she's not there. Oh yeah, because Nadia's inhabiting Catherine's body right now. That's right.
Let's continue our chat here.
Nahida is the newer Dendro Archon, the little girl character that will eventually be a playable character soon, and she is kind of taking over the body of Catherine, the person that greets you for your commissions every day in the game, who up until this point we thought was a robot, and I kind of still think she is.
Okay, so do you have any ideas on how we can investigate the sages, Nahida? Actually, I've already done a little bit of work on that, but for now, I want to hear your thoughts. We're in the dark as of now. Since we still don't know anything about their goals, any rash move could tip them off and lead to terrible consequences. After all, every person in Sumeru City is one of their hostages. I've already tried that, but all the key members of the Academia, even the core of 30 guards, intentionally avoid wearing their Akasha terminals. It seems that from the very beginning, They've been guarding against info leaks from the Akasha. Of course, it could also be because they're wary of me.
Have you already caught the sage's attention?
I'm guessing not yet, but distrusting me would make perfect sense if they've ever paid attention to the urban legends about me.
Plus, they're paranoid because they want power.
I probably can't take over their minds directly. No way, that's too risky.
You mean it'd be too easy to get caught?
No, it's not that. We shouldn't involve innocent students in this. Doing that would be ignoring the safety of my people for my own selfish goals. How is that any different from what the sages are doing?
That's a good point. Spoken like the god of Sumeru. Are we really out of ideas? Nahida, you're super smart, so you already have something in mind, right? Don't keep us in suspense. Spill the beans already.
According to a popular theory from the Vahumana Darshan of the Academia, rejecting impractical motions at the beginning of a planning session will give more weight to the actual proposal.
Okay, but aren't you the god of wisdom? You don't have to use that kind of gimmick to make us take your ideas seriously.
Well, I've been thinking that if I can't directly possess the leaders, and if I can't get ordinary people involved, then I should find someone who's already involved, but hasn't decided to side with the sages.
You're saying we should recruit a spy? That does sound like it could work. Oh, before coming back, we met someone named Alhaitham. He seems like he acts alone, and he likes doing stuff behind the Academia's back. They probably aren't in cahoots.
Actually, I already have someone in mind. Do you still remember that female scholar named Setaria?
Setaria. Paimon remembers now. Isn't she the one who's always trailing behind the Grand Sage of the Academia? We ran into her basically every time the Sub-Zero's festival repeated itself. You could even say we're old enemies by now. Paimon still remembers the smug and mean way she always spoke to Nilou.
I've always liked observing all kinds of people, and Setaria has always stood out from the crowd. She was born in the desert and was hailed as their greatest genius. Her academic gifts allowed her special admission into the academia, and also gave her the opportunity to serve as the sage's assistant.
Oh, Paimon didn't know she was from the desert. She must be pretty special then. Paimon feels like most of the desert dwellers around the city are working as mercenaries.
The name Setaria means star. When she lived in the desert, she shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Later on, she was chosen by the sun. The star was given a place in the daytime sky to complement the sun's dazzling light. Soon after, the star witnessed the sun scorching the earth, which brought forth many disasters. The star began to waver. Instead of staying beside such a sun, wouldn't it be better to return and light up part of the night sky? But in the end, she couldn't give up the radiance of daytime. To cope with her shame, the star buried her guilt and closed her eyes.
From the sound of it, Setaria's just hung up on the research opportunities here. But she doesn't really support the academia. She still feels guilty about not doing more for the desert, right? She's just running away from her problems.
Indeed. When they are presented with complex moral issues, many people will simply plug their ears and go with the flow until the problem can't be fixed anymore. She's suppressing a lot of guilt, but before she realized it, she had already become the sage's accomplice. She can't deny her part in their schemes anymore. Right.
We must somehow make her face her problems again. That way, not only can we get useful intel from her, but she can also use it as an opportunity to redeem herself. From my past observations, Setaria will take a day off from the academia every 10 days to do some shopping in the city. Tomorrow afternoon just happens to be a shopping day for her. That'll be our chance. To prepare, let's go check out some of her favorite spots, and have a quick chat with a few of the vendors there.
I still find it interesting that Nahida, the god of wisdom, who basically can enter anyone's mind through their dream state, if not affect their subconscious almost directly. Though I'm sure she's never been taught that. It's interesting to me that she's so... I know she's being controlled politically, but like it's weird that she can't just walk around on the streets and then just whoosh disappear if people try to harass her. Like she's super powerful. And talented, and still moderately respected. If she's just walking around like a little girl, I don't think anyone would mind, but maybe there's something I'm missing. Ooh, here's the fortune teller!
This should be Setaria's favorite fortune-telling spot.
So should we ask the fortune teller about Setaria?
No, I already have enough information on Setaria. The most important thing now is for you to pay attention to the vendor's talking style and key characteristics.
Talking style and key characteristics?
What the?
My poor lost lambs. Have you become troubled over your fate?
Yeah, see, she's
The
speaking
divine
weird.
voice of wisdom often echoes between mine ears. If thou be blessed today by the gods, I may be able to show you the way.
Huh? Really? Nahida, you've been whispering things to her?
Shh! My friend here has some doubts regarding her future. Can we get a fortune reading for her?
Of course, of course. In that case... It would seem that Harut and Marut are quite wary of you. Perhaps, at some time in the past, you have somehow offended the gods.
Only mocking the god of Animo, questioning the lord of Geo's financial savviness, and brawling with the god of Electro. Do those count?
Oh, nothing. Go on, pick an aspect for her to divine.
Health prospects, no problem at all. The gods have spoken. The truth shall be revealed. Your life shall continue on for many tens of thousands of years. Impossible. Harut, Marut, did you two spoil my divination? I've never read a fortune so absurd.
Babies!
Actually, Paimon thinks this is probably the most accurate fortune-telling you've ever done.
I admit that the orientation of today's celestial matrix is suboptimal. As such, there will be no charge.
Is that so? Well, that can't be helped.
If you were to bring
Flex.
food offerings for Harut and Marut on your next visit, perhaps they could help you reverse the wheels of fate.
I'm sorry, this little girl, Nabia, she reminds me so much of this really goofy comedian actress. I can't remember her name. She plays like a really goofy vampire in What We Do in the Shadows, in like the later seasons. She's like in every, she has like super round face, super round, her eyeballs like bulge out of her face. And she has like no chin. That's exactly what this little girl sounds like to me. It's wild.
Is this another one of Sataria's favorite stalls?
Yep, it belongs to a king. His father helped Sataria a lot when she first moved to Sumeru City, so she still comes by whenever she has time. When I start talking with him, listen carefully to the details of our conversation.
Ah, dear customers, would you like to look at some pottery?
We caught wind of your great craftsmanship, so we specifically came to take a look.
Oh, I recognize you. Aren't you Miss Catherine from the Adventurers Guild? Sounds like I'm in for some big business.
Speaking of, where did you learn this trade?
I suppose you could say it all started with my dad. He's a mason by trade, but I picked up an interest in clay while apprenticing for him. After that, I began making pottery by myself in secret, and I simply changed trades when my works turned out well. Although it's a pity that I'm no longer making much use of the knowledge provided to me by the Akasha.
That's nice. You're making a living doing something you love.
So is your father still working as a mason?
Oh no, not anymore. A few years back, he fell from a roof and broke his leg. Since he had already saved enough mora over all these years, he's just enjoying the retired life in Port Ormos nowadays.
I see. We wish him peace and happiness in his retirement. I'll have someone in charge of logistics at the guild come by another day for some goods. We'll leave you to it. Take care now.
No problem. Rest easy, all our goods are sure to meet your every need.
Okay. Hold on, y'all. I found a picture. Or not. Ugh, I hate websites. This is what I'm talking about. Anyway, she's in a bunch of TV shows, but she has this very voice to her, and she works all the time, so I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know why she'd be in a video game, but that's what she sounds like to me. Back to the Sumeru Archon quest. Maybe. Okay, shut that, and then you looking at the supermarket? If you need to shop, go shop. It's okay. It's a very chill stream. I appreciate it. Also, Kat, I just really have a weird feeling that Genshin somehow has something to do with Horizon Zero Dawn. I can't shake the similarities between the robot animals we are seeing coming up. Like, I can't. There's a connection because Aloy's already in the game. Just saying. I don't know anything. I'm just saying, like, this just, you know, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, you know? But I get that way about a lot of things. Anyway, I digress. Let's go talk to some more vendors.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Oh, yes. Oops.
This should be our final stop. Sitaria's always thinking of this restaurant when she's working at the academia. So she always comes by whenever she's out in the city.
Nahida, you've really thought of everything.
It's my duty to protect Sumeru's citizens, after all.
Hi there. I feel like I've seen you down by the docks before. Huh? Sorry, I don't quite remember. If I recall, you were having a discussion with someone about shipbuilding at the time.
Ah, that's right! I've always been really interested in feats of marine engineering. After all, I grew up in Liyue Harbor and spent my entire childhood staring at the ships going in and out of the port. I came to Sumeru to study, but failed to make it into the academia due to my lack of talent. But I'm still discussing all kinds of problems with different scholars, and I'm continuing to study and perform research from the restaurant's basement. I'm sure I'll get into the academia after their next round of exams.
What an admirable spirit for learning! Amazing!
Sure, but you'll find hardworking people wherever you go.
So this restaurant has a basement as well? Huh. First I've heard of it.
That's right. It's not usually open to patrons. Most of the time, employees use it for breaks or to hold private events.
I see. Guess that makes sense. Well, good luck with your studies, Miss Chishan.
Thank you so much. As long as I can make it into the academia as an official student, I'll be happy.
Okay. Think we can go down into a basement? Maybe. You know, I didn't really explore this restaurant the first time we were in it when we met Daya in 3.0. But I remember it looking like really cute. Yeah. Basement, you say, huh? When we talk about basements, let's take a look at where we are on the map. That's one basement I want to explore. It's right there. I think there's an underground tunnel from there to Mondstadt. Yeah, that would work. It would work technically on the map. We'll see about that, Sumeru. Kat said Sony does some cross-promotion with MiHoYo. I know! I just feel it, man. Because it makes sense because they already have another game called Honkai Impact where their whole deal is like having bubble universes. And Aloy's information says girl from another universe or something like that. And it's like hinting at, like, I think they're going to bring in, as the game continues to get older and older, I think they're just going to continue to be able to bring in, I don't know, I'm not saying it's going to be like Kingdom Hearts or something, but like, I feel like they're really going to open up the world because they have access to a lot of really cool storytelling devices. Mr. Lombard, are you hiding a basement from me? Let's see. Oh, it looks so good. Let me into the secret basement. pretty. Well, let me jump down. Man. Okay, but there might be something in there. Or maybe you have to be invited to the basement.
So, was that everybody? Mm-hmm. 3 familiar faces should be enough for Sataria. What's the point of all the information we've collected? Nahida, you still haven't told us how you're planning to make Sataria face her problems. Sataria is already used to avoiding her problems, so we must find a way to break through her usual sensibilities. I remember that you mentioned that the Eremites in Port Ormos are all making a fuss about the upcoming resurrection of the Scarlet King. Although it's all just a boatload of nonsense, the fate of her homeland may turn out to be Sataria's soft spot. Oh, Paimon gets it now! You want to take advantage of the guilt Sataria feels about her homeland. Although she knows she should return home to help the people of the desert, all she's done is conspire with the sages. So how do we set that up? Well, the Scarlet King is long gone, and Sataria is also too smart to fall for any simple tricks. If we simply engaged her under the guise of the Scarlet King's believers, she would definitely be wary of us, and we may not get anywhere. But if we were to borrow some of her close acquaintances to talk with her, her reaction would probably be very different. So, you mean you're going to possess those people we just talked to? Yep. Possess them through the Akasha. Imply that they've already converted to the faith of the Scarlet King. And then convey our made-up will of the Scarlet King. As long as everything goes smoothly, we'll get through to Sataria for sure. She'll never guess that we had anything to do with it. So that's how you're going to use all the info we collected on these people. It's so that you won't slip up and break form. Possessing them will only work if you can manage to pass off as them. Exactly. So, best of luck with impersonating them. Huh? Best of luck? But we don't know how to possess anyone. That's no problem at all. I'll just share all their senses with you once I've possessed them. As long as you're also wearing an Akasha terminal, the effect will basically be as if you've possessed them yourself. Huh. That is pretty convenient. But why does she have to do this? Can't you do it yourself?
It's kind of terrifying.
Although I've been observing humans for a while, I've never been good at imitating them. You're not wrong. It's always been painfully obvious whenever you try to pass as Catherine. If it was at all possible, I would have preferred to leave these people alone. But seeing how things are now, I probably should just accept it and push on. Yeah, don't beat yourself up over it. We're only doing this to help everyone, and we'll only be borrowing them for a little while anyway. Alright, then let's give it a go tomorrow afternoon.
I don't know, man. I kind of feel like we don't need to do this at all. I feel like the second that you mess with anyone's free will, God or not, you've already lost. If you're messing with if you're possessing someone, then what are we doing? Because it's like, all she needed to do was figure out a way to communicate with them that either scared them or woke them up or motivated them. There's ways to do that by just revealing the truth.
Vile dragon's limpid lair.
I don't know, man. I don't think we need to make up a story. Like a triumphant hero, wait until the following afternoon. It's been a long time since the Sumeru Samsara, and many things cannot be ascertained until Nahida gets back in form. So maybe she can't be in form all the time? Like, I remember we saw her at the hospital, but maybe that's only she was allowed to be there for, like, to heal sick people or something. I don't know. It's just weird to me that she has any limitations at all. It's weird. 13. Let me just turn on the AC real quick, guys. It's hot in here. Fuck yeah. Let's see how the little girl speaks this time.
Oh, here she comes. Satari is here. Let's quietly follow her. Once she starts talking to her acquaintances, we'll find a safe spot to begin possessing them. As for how we'll sway her to our side, I'll leave that to you. I trust you'll know what to say. Paimon's starting to feel kinda nervous. Okay, let's go. Looks like they've already started talking. Let's find a hiding spot and get started.
Adorable.
That's right. You really can't force anything when it comes to love. And besides, everyone around me has a very different background and outlook. Are you still listening to me, Nabia?
Oh, of course I'm listening. You were talking about troubles with your love life, right? I heard everything you said.
Okay then. You just seemed a little distracted for a moment there. Strange. Your cats seem pretty worked up. Is something wrong? I always thought they were quiet, happy kitties. Oh, what are their names again? Are you sure? Those aren't ringing a bell for some reason.
Well, actually they have many names. Which names I use depends on my mood.
Huh, I see. I imagine that must be hard for the kitties, too.
So, which fortune do you want me to read for you today? You must have come for another echo of the divine voice of wisdom.
I'd like to get another reading on my love prospects, but to be perfectly honest with you, I feel like I've been a real mess recently.
A mess?
Well, could you do a reading on how long it'll take me to finish my current project at work? I really just want to get it over with.
I hear you. No problem at all. The gods will reveal the truth. The gods are asking, Setaria, why haven't you gone home?
Why haven't I gone home? Do the gods really know everything I've been thinking about?
Setaria, why don't you just go home? It's a demand now instead of a question. The gods seem to be truly upset.
I'm sorry. I know I failed the gods. Please pass on my most sincere apologies and ask for their divine forgiveness. And if I may ask, Nabia, is there a specific god who's speaking to you right now?
What an inconsiderate and naive question. The god who is speaking to me is, of course, the wisest and mightiest of all, the Scarlet King.
The Scarlet King? No wonder he would make such a demand of me. Oh, wait a second. The Scarlet King passed away a long time ago. Even though news of the Scarlet King's resurrection has been spreading like wildfire, it's all just a misinformation campaign from the academia. How can the Scarlet King still exist in real life?
What insolence! I am the Scarlet King's most loyal believer. Do you wish to refute his voice of wisdom?
Oh, no. As a child of the desert, I am only reveling in his power upon learning that his divine glory has touched even this city. I will think very carefully about his demand of me. I'm sorry. I must go now.
Wait!
Oh, she just ran off in a hurry. She looked pretty upset, too.
Well done. Setaria didn't seem to suspect anything amiss. To have something she's been trying desperately to avoid show up out of nowhere and berate her, that must have shaken her to the core.
Aw, Nahida, it seems like you understand human emotions really well after all.
All I know are some abstract Hypatia theories. And in any case, my time with you has shown a lot of them to be utterly useless. I'm still trying to make sense of everything. Anyway, enough of that. Let's hurry and catch up to Setaria.
He's out of teams now, right on cue. Let's get ready to possess him right away!
That was nuts! Wait for Nahida to enter the inhabitant's consciousness and talk to Sataria. Share senses with Nahida. So interesting. Oh, I love her little black and white kitty. It makes me want another kitty. I want to have a yin and yang kitty. I already have a white cat named Bagel, but they just look so cute together. Oh boy.
What's gotten into Harut and Marut?
Harut and Marut.
They seem terrified of me all of a sudden.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They're just looking at you.
What's gotten into Harut and Marut? They seem terrified of me all of a sudden.
Okay.
It's okay. I just got caught up in something. Oh, actually, didn't you ask me to help you look for work? What kind of work were you looking for again?
I thought he said masonry work. I don't know. It's
Oh, right. Your old man's craft. How could I forget? Speaking of, how's he doing? Is he feeling any better? Oh, that's good to hear. I have been thinking a lot about him. If I could get some more time off, I'd love to pay him a visit. Actually, while we're talking about him, is he still living in Port Ormos?
Yeah, he's been retired there for a while.
If you could find the time, please write him a letter. Please pass on that recently, faith in the Scarlet King has taken root in Port Ormos and has begun to spread across Sumeru. He has a quick temper and has always been a devout follower of the Dendro Archon. I don't want him to get into a fight with those Scarlet King believers because of a difference in beliefs.
Oh? So, who are you siding with in all of this? The Academia or the Scarlet King?
way too early, sir. Way too early.
I'm
Way too
so
early.
jealous of you. You were born a child of the desert, yet you chose to betray the Scarlet
Too
King.
heavy.
And now you spend all your time with those crooks from the Academia.
Akeem, you don't mean you've also become a believer of the Scarlet King?
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise Scarlet King? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
Oh, I know what she's doing.
Can't pick a side? Me?
She's being a little mean on purpose so that later,
No idea you'd be so
when
good
she
at
reflects on this experience, the God of Wisdom will be like, see, it was me messing with you. There's nothing wrong with you. You just went through something. You'll realize it later. Like, that's why she's doing it this way. Yeah, it was too harsh. No, she's doing it on purpose. It's good. Oh! Oh, Genshin!
You really zeroed in on the issue and put it right in front of her. It might feel a bit overwhelming for Sataria. But once everything is over, I'll be sure to pay her a visit to her mind and explain everything. Anyway, let's keep going.
Come on! Sataria's already started talking with Shishan!
So, Shishan, have you noticed anything weird in the city lately? Like, As if someone was trying to preach to you about something.
Oh, right. Speaking of strange things, I celebrated the Sub-Zerus festival so many times that I lost count.
Hint,
That
hint.
was really weird.
Wait, how could you be aware of that?
Hint,
That should be
hint.
impossible. Nothing in the report indicated anything like that.
She's using her
Are
intuition,
you still
girl.
failing to realize that the Academia's lowly tricks could never deceive all of Sumeru's citizens?
Jishan, don't tell me that you've converted to the Scarlet King as well.
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of the Scarlet King. In reality, shouldn't you be the one who is ashamed? You, who works side by side with the Academia and treated people as nothing more than experimental subjects?
Please, please stop!
Shame.
Even now,
Shame.
Sarah still can't
Shame.
run from her problems.
She can no longer justify everything to herself.
Hey, she's trying to talk to the guards. What should we do?
This is the most important part of all. Quick, get ready.
Mercenary, you're a member of the Corps of 30, correct? Please help me pass a message to the Matra right away. The situation in the city is getting out of control.
Please, try to remain calm, miss. Tell me what's happening in the city.
Heretics are infiltrating the city, and they've already converted many residents to their side.
Heretics? What kind of heresy are you talking about?
The Scarlet King! Many people I know have suddenly started believing in him, but he's long dead. It's impossible.
Miss Sataria, nothing is impossible.
You know my name?
The Scarlet King is immortal, and all who defy him will one day pay the price.
Oopsie.
You must face the truth, Sataria. You tread a treacherous path, and the longer you ignore it, the tighter the Academia's grasp on you will become, and the deeper you will be ensnared. Child of the Scarlet King, never forget that the desert that belongs to you lies elsewhere.
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise Scarlet King? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
Is she gonna wake up?
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for
This is what it's
becoming
like
a believer of
reflecting
the
when you get
Scarlet
older.
King.
You're like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, and everything comes together, and you're like, I knew this was messed up!
It seems that no matter where I run, I only keep finding more believers of the Scarlet King. I have to say, this is a familiar feeling. I've also been running from my guilt this whole time. Guilt over my part in the Sage's plans, and from ignoring the letters from the children of my homeland. But no matter how much I may try to ignore or get rid of it, my guilt always comes back.
You won't necessarily lose your research opportunities by facing the truth. Besides, did you really want to conduct your research while carrying such heavy feelings of guilt?
How do you know me so well? Are you truly just a believer of the Scarlet King? Or are you the god himself?
That's not important. The important thing is to pass judgment on the Academia and its sages, and to correct their mistakes. If you could provide some assistance in this matter, perhaps it could serve as a form of atonement.
I've actually never believed in the gods, but I've always believed in serendipity. Your appearance must be a fated opportunity for me to get out of this wretched situation. Please tell me, what can I do for you?
I feel like that's a good way of flexible thinking. I mean, that's a lot to take in at once for somebody who isn't religious or superstitious or whatever, and actively practices science for her job. That's a lot to take in, so I'm impressed, Sataria.
How much do you know about the sage's current activities?
I was just one of the designers for the massed dream harvest scheme, which is what happened around the Sub-Zerus festival. but I know very little about the full scope of the overall project. I'd assume that only staff with the highest clearance would have access to those confidential documents. I've just been working to meet the Grand Sage's specified requirements. However, there's something that's been really bothering me. I heard that a scholar who was previously expelled has returned to the city, and even the sages are still quite wary of him.
Do you guys remember when we fought that, like, crab? The electric crab, and his, like, owner tried to make him sentient? It was, like, really, really sad and, like, random. And there was notes of somebody dying by, like the bone in their neck broke by, like, asphyxia, mechanical asphyxia, which is a really rare way of, very, very rare way of dying. Like, there's only one way it can happen, and your neck has to be, like, you have to be looking up. There's only one way you can get to it, right? So most people, like, their jaw breaks first, or, like, whatever. And if you remember, in the trailer, there is a character we see holding up someone's neck. So I think we're going to find out something about getting expelled from that, because that was a student of the academia. And also Dottore, one of the Fatuis, we believe became evil for, much like Hitler getting kicked out of art school, like just kidding, like he got kicked out of the academia. So, and that was like the one thing he lived for. And then he met another Fatui and was like, I want to do this groundbreaking, crazy stuff. And the Fatui was like, we'll give you whatever you want. Just come work for us, And thus the evil was born. I don't know. That's the vibe I get. So let's find out. Also, I love Sataria's entire outfit, her hair, the braids, the blue, everything. Everything.
To fight against the academia, we will need to figure out the nature and the purpose of their work. Is there a way for us to get access to the confidential documents you mentioned?
It should be possible if we're willing to take some risks. After all, I'm an assistant to the Grand Sage, and I've been working on many tasks outside of the project. One thing, though, I won't be able to transfer the documents to you through the Akasha once I get my hands on them. The sages have always closely monitored all activities within the Akasha. Let me see... let's use the most primitive method. Send someone to pick up the documents tomorrow evening at the Academia entrance.
The Academia entrance? Wouldn't that be too conspicuous?
Don't worry about that. I assure you, this won't be a trap. I'm only suggesting this location because it'll draw more scrutiny for me to leave the Academia again. It'll be safest for me to distract the guards long enough to hand you the documents.
All right, I trust you.
So, if I were to successfully complete this task, would it mean I've atoned for my wrongdoings?
That'll depend on the judgment of the Dendro Archon.
The Dendro Archon. That's right. Her people are the ones we have endangered. As the God of Wisdom, she's also the one responsible for judging and guiding the scholars. Maybe it's time for me to find a god to believe in.
Just as Nahida predicted, we've managed to bring Sataria to our side!
The Traveler's execution was ingenious. She's the one who deserves all the praise. Well, now that we've made plans to meet again tomorrow evening, all we can do is pray for Sataria's mission to go off without a hitch.
Pray? But if we're going to pray to the gods, aren't we just praying to you? God of Wisdom and Guardian of the Scholars?
No. The truth is the true Guardian of Scholars. I've always believed that. Anyway, let's meet again tomorrow evening at the Adventurers Guild.
Ooh, back from a pizza ingredient run. What kind of pizza are you gonna make? That sounds good.
Go, son.
You making pizzas for friends this weekend? Cute. Mm-mm-mm. 19, right? 1939. Pepperoni's a classic, you know? I can't think of anywhere pepperoni would rather be than on a pizza, listen.
Wait for Trent. Bring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
You shoved the dough this evening. Do you have Trader Joe's where you live? They sell pizza dough for like a few bucks. I don't ever buy it because that would require cooking, but for those of you who enjoy cooking, I hear fresh pizza dough is something you don't usually get. And they have it for like literally $1 or $2. I don't know why. But the idea of making my own bread does sound fun. I bet. Have you ever made... This might not be a thing. I feel like this is a specifically Midwestern thing. Have you ever made sun tea? I was thinking about that the other day. I swear to God it tastes different. Sometimes just making your own base ingredients just makes such a difference. Once you get used to it, it's quite easy. I'm sure it is. I guess I need to practice cooking more. I don't know.
Osmanthus wine.
Catherine, we're here! Oh, you are the other Catherine, right?
That's right. I suppose I'm the other Catherine in your mind.
Shh! We're on a secret mission tonight, so we need to protect Catherine's identity.
Yep, Paimon's right. We cannot fully rule out the chance that the meetup tonight is just a trap. If something were to happen, my existence may be the only trump card we'll be able to play. After all, the Academia should still be unable to confirm the existence of my consciousness in the outside world.
Yep, exactly. Just what Paimon was thinking. Anyway, enough about that. Let's just make sure to be on our guard. Off? What do you feel is off? It's the middle of the night. Of course it's quiet. You're not getting paranoid, are you?
No, I think she's right. It really is a lot quieter than usual. If you look around, there seems to be fewer people on the streets. I'm not sure if this is the case for the entire city, though.
Huh. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Setaria figured out a way to not only distract the guards, but also to get everyone to go to sleep early, just so we can exchange the documents in peace.
I also can't quite figure out why things feel a little off. But now that we're here, let's go ahead and meet her as we planned.
Well, regardless, as long as you're here with us, Paimon feels a little safer.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Huh. There really aren't many people out right now. Let's hope it'll be this quiet in front of the Academia, and that Sataria managed to distract all the guards.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
From the Academia. Scholars. This hour of the night.
Ah, the triumphant hero returns at last. And to a rather spectacular welcome, even if I do say so myself.
You're the outcast, expelled from the Academia.
Indeed I am. Although these days they tend to call me the Doctor.
Dottore!
If you're looking for your researcher friend, she has already been taken into confinement. With some basic caution, she could have discovered the listening device on her person. Clearly, she lacks the degree of rigor expected of a true scholar.
Maybe she was just tired.
The people of Sumeru City. What have you done to them?
I simply made some minor adjustments to their Akasha terminals. Now they can deposit information directly into the subconscious. As you can see, all these lovely people now believe this traveler is a hero who has just saved the world. My experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration.
No, what should we do? These are all just regular people.
Leave now. You need to get out of here.
What? That guy's a Fatui Harbinger! We can't just leave you here!
Nor can I abandon the people of Sumeru! Don't worry. We'll meet again outside of the city.
I see. You appear to have overridden their mental faculties with your own consciousness. To possess such a powerful mind, you must be the god of wisdom.
Bet. She gonna mess you up, boy. He has too much ego. He won't stand a chance. He will not stand a chance. It's really interesting how she stopped them from being brainwashed by technology by literally grounding them to the earth, right? Which is a technique we do in real life. It's so funny.
This should be far enough. Paimon needs to catch her breath first. Is Nahida going to be okay? We only made it out because of her.
The flowers were orange before, right? Not orange and purple?
Paimon wasn't counting on running into a new Harbinger here, let alone such a high-ranking one. That guy was #2. So scary.
I didn't realize they released his rank.
He called himself the Doctor. Remember, Tighnari told us about him. Sataria did say that someone who once got expelled from the Academia came back recently. And that even the sages are wary of him. Yep. Sounds like she must have been talking about the Doctor.
Yep, major Hitler vibes. Well, it's interesting because I think we are going to eventually be able to play some, if not all, of the Fatui Harbingers. We can already play one of them, Child, one of the bosses at the very beginning of the game. And Child is the newest Harbinger, number 12. And they're ranked by power, so we just met number 2. So that's very interesting to me, and I hope we don't have to fight him today, so. Yes, the orange, right? I'm like, they're changing. But I think it's on purpose. I think we're going to see a lot of things in the elements and our environment change as we get closer to each Archon, right? So when we were in the chasm, we see memories come back that were stored in rocks because the rocks have been disturbed because Liyue, god of rocks, whatever. I think we're going to see the goddess of flowers and then themes of life, death, and rebirth. And the god of wisdom is currently being reborn right now as this young little girl. We still don't really have an age on her. But we also don't really believe in death, capital D, in this game. So just because there's not a physical vessel for a god doesn't mean that their power can't be transmuted or called upon, like the Greater Lord, like whoever made the rain come. Like, we haven't even talked about her, and we don't really know for sure if she's dead. She just went away for like a really long time. So I think she could be connected through the water or through the earth to the little girl that we're seeing now. So I'm very interested to see how it's all going to go down and who the heck the sages are.
Yeah. Now that the Doctor's in the picture, we're no longer just dealing with the Academia. They're in cahoots with the Fatui. But what are the Fatui after this time? Another Gnosis? Yeah, things would be a lot easier with Nahida's help. Nahida said we'll meet again outside of the city. But we can't just keep waiting around, right? You mean... Oh, right! Wasn't he invited by the sages to work on some project when we were staying with him in the Hypatia forest? Even though he turned it down at the time, he might still know something. There's no time to lose. Let's go to Gandharvaville.
Thank you. Oh, man. Basically what I was saying is, in the beginning of the game, when you pick Horsetail, there's a story about the...
wine tastes the same as I remember.
Horsetail, right? A purple plant that sometimes grows amidst silver grass, but grows taller, straighter, and plumper. There's something about a lady in Liyue says, they always said that I would draw horsetails the color of the sunset, but I don't know what they're talking about because the sky is never that color. So they're unable to see the sky or the color purple does something to you. But the way she said it was so specifically like she's trying to see the color purple and she can't. And I was like, oh, okay, well, let's not worry about it, because back in the first part of the game when we were only in Mondstadt, the only thing purple was wolf hook and violet grass. So I didn't really think too much about it. But I think the color purple represents some kind of sickness elementally throughout the game. I can't put my finger on it. Like the mist grass pollen, you know? Anyway, I'm a big fan of flowers, both aesthetically and romantically. I like that they all have meanings, and that they change in the different soils you put them in, which is becoming a part of the problem in the desert that we're going to go to later. A custom-made axe with floral carvings. Woo! To use as a weapon, of course. Used to be a mercenary. Nice. Okay. Peace is precious, but you must always be prepared for the worst. Amen, girl. The more money he makes, the more bows and arrows I buy to keep my house safe. Girl. I'm just gonna get over. Ah! I turned the game off accidentally. I'm sorry. This is actually really great because I have to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'm gonna restart the game, get a glass of water, go to the bathroom, and be right back. Yeah? Give me 5. Hola, we're back. Alrighty then, welcome back everyone. If you're just joining us, hi, hello, my name's Amber Plaster, you're watching Artemis Nepal Gaming, and we are making our way through the 3.1 Archon quest for the God of Wisdom, and we just met, officially met as the traveler in the story, Dotori, who is one of the Fatui Harbingers, who I have a feeling we might be fighting very soon. Please catch the replay of this up on my YouTube channel and subscribe if you haven't already. I've got lots more Genshin content already planned to come out, so yeah, thanks for being here with me, and let's jump back into it. Triumph of the imagination. Be viewed as the savior of the world by the citizens controlled by Dotori. It's weird to me that he used, like, praise as a way to control people. It seems like such an odd choice. Like, why doesn't he just go like, rah, we hate this new person? Like, it was weird. Weird. It almost makes me feel like he has to work with what's already there or something. Let's see. All I know is everyone needs to take off their little earpieces, their little Akasha terminals.
How can my own brother say something like that about me? It's plain hurtful. Watch out for pickpockets.
Kat said, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. You know, that is very true. It's something I was thinking about. I don't know that I articulated it very well, but I still want to articulate it in another video where we talk a little bit about Colette and how she was essentially cured by the doctor, who we're going to meet again, Dotori, in the manga. As a kid, there was many sick people, and they sent them to the doctor to get better, but basically it's just the power of this venom he gives them sort of overcomes the sickness as well as their body. And so, like, not everyone takes it the same way. Later on, Sino, and this is not spoilers because it's been out for like 3 years, Sino, who we're going to meet very soon, a while ago, sort of exorcised those demons for some people, and he's able to do it only when there's full sunlight. So we know there's something about day and night, moon and sun, as above, so is below sort of thing. And right now we're also exploring death and rebirth. So I do expect to see someone die and then get reborn again. And we do technically have 3 gods in the region of Sumeru, even though supposedly they're not all alive. But I mean, this is a fantasy game, so we'll see about that. But yeah, what I was going to say is it reminds me a bit of when you can't slay your demons You know, like let's say, really simple, let's say you have a drinking problem, right? Like you're an alcoholic and you don't want to be, you're spending too much money, you know, you feel sluggish, you feel sick, like you're getting heartburn, like you can't run as fast as you, like there's all these like things that are going wrong with your body and you're like, but like the little devil on your shoulder is kind of like, but one more drink won't hurt. Like you've had a really hard day, like all these sort of like, it's not from you, it's from the addiction. But the devil knows better than to be mean and to be like, you stupid piece of shit. Like, they're not going to do that. They're going to be like, hey, we're the only one that sees you, you know? You would benefit from staying with me. You could just use you could just use me, you know? You could just use me as an excuse. And then eventually people who are in pain go like, yeah. The devil never yells, right? Because that would just make people defensive. So I think you're right. I think it has something to do with your intuition, your imagination, your consciousness, getting brainwashed, etc. It still has to feel right to you. So going from 0 to 100 to just chastising someone when you're trying to control them would probably wake them up. Which is probably why he used adoration, because it was just very surface level, something he could do to mob a crowd. Interesting. But it was like the same voice with Colette. She did eventually overcome the voice in her head, but it almost killed her, which again represents people waking up, right? I guess through like whatever trauma they're dealing with. Instead of believing the voice in her head that she couldn't do it, or you know, letting the hate fester, or letting the fear cripple her into not making a choice when she knows she's strong enough to make a choice. It's just the only one that's ever been listening to her for so long is this really shitty voice that says you need me, you know. So at a certain point, once you're able to break away from that, then you're able to control it. But it requires awareness. So why the heck do you think somebody who wants to control you would yell at you? They're not going to. They're going to do everything they can to make you feel like this is where you need to be. That's the real danger. And that's with people, that's with relationships, that's with alcoholism. I'm just using it as like a really easy one. But like it's anything you struggle with, you know, where it takes you away from your real self because you're just like, you don't get to be fully present.
I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
I keep getting distracted like by the purple commission dots.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Oh, I believe this was the first statue of the seven we visited when we first entered Sumeru. And now look at us with our little dragon boy. I love him so much. Okay. Hello, Kaon. If that is your real name. Her hair is an interesting color. It looks green to me now, but before it looked brown. I guess they're close together on the color scale. I'm just really noticing people with green hair now because of Calais. Also, like, everyone in all of Mondstadt has brown hair and it weirds me out. There's always doggos next to bridges, huh? Why do they have names? Hey, buddy. Did you get turned into a wolf? Did you mess with the wrong witch? You look like you did.
Hold it right there. A blonde-haired traveler and a floating fairy. We've got you, all right. Take a look around. You've fallen right into our trap.
Are you mercenaries from the Corps of 30? Did you come here to arrest us?
Corps of 30? We're nothing like those government lapdogs who don't even get scraps for their work. We are an elite brigade that commands the highest commission rate in all of Sumeru. We're here on the orders of a client known only as the Outcast.
The Outcast? An outcast from the Academia? But why wouldn't the doctor just send the Fatui after us?
Still wasting time on idle chit-chat.
Oh, he plays
We'll
both the mercenaries and the Fatuis. He plays all the sides.
You're up, traveler.
I'm ready, girl. I'm ready, coach. Put me in.
New punch. Solidify.
All hail. No touching.
Scatter!
This is order.
Bye. Goodbye. How dare you stop me?
Rain outlines your fate.
Oh, we got some more.
Rain cutter.
Born of ice and frost. This is long overdue.
My girl.
Next on the
She said, stay still. And take a look at this.
denied. For Rex Lapis. No touching. Spring forth. It isn't over yet. Here comes reinforcements. Born of ice and frost.
I will have order.
Body and mind. Witness the power of Gurwa.
Blaze over. Access denied. Next, no touching. That was pretty rough. Is that what elite mercenaries are like? Yeah, looks like we'll have to keep our guards up. But this doctor guy seems like a pretty tough opponent. He knew exactly where to set up an ambush. Did he predict that we would try to find Tighnari? Going up against smart people is tough. Anyway, let's keep going.
I mean, he's had a lot of time to predict, so probably.
We're way behind schedule. Oh, it's the Traveler and Paimon.
My girl!
What are you doing back here? Kale, it's nice to see you again.
Little Kale's so
Are you
cute.
doing all right? To be honest, I'm not doing too well. My Elazar has been progressing at a faster rate lately. I'm finding it harder to complete more intricate tasks. As a result, Master Tighnari is taking me off the patrol schedule. He will only allow me to stay here and coordinate other people's tasks. Oh, Kale. Speaking of Tighnari, did he go off on patrol? We're here to talk to him. Oh, Master Tighnari? He just left the Avidia forest a little while ago. He was headed to Party's DI. He left? What? Isn't Tighnari always saying that he never wants to leave the Avidia forest? He even turned down the sage's invitation. I thought it was weird too. Master Tighnari always prioritizes his work as a forest watcher above everything. He almost never leaves his post. He left in a hurry this time, though. No, I only found out that he left through a message he left behind. He also made sure to delegate all his tasks using a schedule. To leave in such a hurry? I guess he had something urgent to take care of. Master Tighnari originally studied in the Immorta Darshan of the Academia, and Pardis Eye is something like the Immortus research base. Many rare shrubs and grasses have been planted there for research. I know that before he became a forest watcher, Master Tighnari once spent a long time conducting research at Pardis Eye.
A research base, huh? Gotta wonder what kind of research Tighnari just decided to work on all of a sudden. Oh, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go look for him at Pardis Eye.
Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm used to living with Elazar by now. If you run into Master Tighnari, please send him my regards.
Will do.
Got it. Will do. See you later, Kale.
Poor girl.
I had already made up my mind, to be honest with you, so I didn't try to hide my current condition. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
I like how they have that set up behind her. You see the little arrows? Like they're on little, I don't know, sunshade, you know? I like that. That's cute. It's like ready to fight, but also aesthetic. My kind of weapon. They just have really good diets. I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy. There's something wrong with the time in this game. And we all know it. What's in there? Off we go. Hey, Rainbowscape. This is a live stream. I'm doing something a little different. I've been wanting to I have a lot of content I want to put on YouTube, and I know this is going to be super story-based and like immersive, so I didn't want to put it on Twitch, so I thought I would stream it. Hopefully when it saves, I'll be able to cut out the beginning, like the first hour when I'm doing setup, and if not, then at least I can be like, hey guys, just fast forward to the first hour, and then it'll be super replay friendly. That's what I'm hoping for. So yeah, appreciate y'all being here. Kat's been modded and holding down the fort. I just asked that there are no spoilers in this chat because this will be saved with y'all's live chat replay. And it is story based. So just in case, that's the only time I don't want to be hard about spoilers because I don't want to ruin it for other people and it's new. But yeah, so far so good. It's been pretty chill and
If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
Oh, my necklace came undone. Oh my goodness, it's 3 o'clock here in Los Angeles. Let me do my choker. But I do appreciate you checking back in, Kat. You don't have to be here all day. I know you've got things to do. So I do appreciate your time, and I don't expect
Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do.
Alright, we'll just do this for right now. Usually I don't have to tie a knot because it's like sticky leather. Alright, sorry. I'm so picky with my own jewelry. I just need to make my own jewelry. I really do. $11 p.m. in the UK? Oh my goodness. I just saw something about this Discord, but I assumed a new video posted totally fair. Sorry, I have been out of Discord, but it's only because my ability to multitask has been limited. And I know I'm close to being back on a schedule, but anyway, let me go back to it.
Thank goodness you're okay. We were so worried about you. Hey, this was supposed to be a touching reunion, but you're ruining the moment.
I mean, we don't have to give away her secrets.
It's very smart of the Traveler to be wary of me right now.
Thank you!
After all, the Doctor has shown that his technology can apparently even control human minds. Plus, it's not like you could have known what happened after we split up and I was facing the Doctor by myself. Even a pool of stagnant water after a torrential storm can occasionally pass as a patch of sky.
Paimon feels like only the real Nahida could come up with such an obscure analogy.
It means appearances can be deceiving.
Huh? But I wasn't trying to win your trust or anything. All I wanted was to clarify my point.
Well, we understand that point now. Please, Nahida, tell us more about what happened. Are those poor people all right?
When you left, I was still in the middle of restoring everyone's minds. Thankfully, when the Doctor mentioned depositing information into the subconscious, he didn't mean engraving information into their minds. Instead, he did something closer to creating hallucinations. That was still within my power to fix.
Like
Luckily,
illusions.
I managed to finish my restorations and mind jump away from him just as he was about to capture me.
Whew. What a relief. The Doctor sure pulled out some hidden cards, but good thing we had Nahida with us.
I wouldn't be relieved just yet. I gave away my true identity when I restored everyone's minds, which means we've lost another one of our trump cards. Also, the Doctor is already an expert at modifying Akasha terminals. Maybe it's only a matter of time until he captures my consciousness inside the Akasha.
If he could have, he would have already.
Then how do we stop him? He's still at the Academia, so it's possible he already started messing with the Akasha. Ugh, it feels like he's toying with us. What a nasty piece of work. Plus, the Doctor's combat ability alone is apparently enough to make him worthy of being number 2 of the Fatui.
We shouldn't give up hope just yet. Let's try to find another way to attack this problem.
Actually, Nahida, how did you know we were trying to get to Party's DI? Have you been waiting for us?
Yes, I have. I can see the Traveler's elemental energy, so I deduced your destination by looking at the direction you were moving in. You didn't come here for sightseeing, right? Did you find any leads?
We're looking for a scholar we know. His name is Tighnari, and the sages once tried to reach out to him. Why don't you come inside with us and see what we can find?
Okay, let's just hope we won't get him into trouble.
Oh, we gonna get into some trouble, girl. Haven't you figured out that's what we've been put on Earth to do yet? Come on now. Hypatia from season 1.
Traveler? It is you!
Ah, the voice! It's Hypatia!
Didn't we leave our little sad crab friend in here too, technically? Hiding up behind the bushes?
Ah, what a pleasant surprise! It's so nice to see the two of you again.
Who's this?
She's a scholar we met in the Avidia Forest. When we last saw each other, she was still training in the... what's it called? Satyavada life?
Oh, I see.
That's right, we're old friends. You've come at just the right time. Ever since I've come here, hardly anyone has even talked to me.
Hypatia, you're way too excited about this. Actually, for you to leave the Avidia Forest means... you're not in training anymore? Wait, no. Did you already finish your training and reach Pariporno life?
What do you think? My consciousness has already managed to make contact with the divine.
You did it? Congratulations!
That doesn't track. I thought you said it took hundreds of years or something, and that people went crazy. I think someone's been gassing her up.
It's so exhilarating to share this sublime joy with others at long last! When my consciousness made contact with the gods. What a supreme and unparalleled experience that was!
That sounds incredible!
Almost delusional!
Oh, alright. Actually, please wait. I haven't forgotten my promise to you. Remember? I promised to help you understand what you saw from Irminsul once I gained deeper insights. My current self has not only gained true insight, but I can even help you establish a direct connection to the consciousness of the divine.
You can do that?
I've never heard of anything like that, but if you want to give it a try, I'll do my best to protect your consciousness during the process.
Hold on. I brought some Spirit Borneo with me. This is still a crucial part of the ceremony.
Oh, we doing drugs now.
That incense again?
Oh, we doing drugs now.
All right now. Hold my hand. I'll help you establish a pathway to connect your consciousness.
Okay.
Ready?
It took 3 betrayals for me to finally understand. The world is just an elaborate tapestry of lies. My fury will never be quelled. The first to betray me was a god. My creator. My mother. Valuing strength above all, she saw no worth in me and I was discarded. The second was a human. My family. My friend. Consumed by fear, he saw me as an abomination. The third was one exactly like me. A hope for the future. A fledgling barely out of the nest. Powerless before his mortality, he broke his promise to me. Humans, they can't be trusted. And the gods fill me with pure loathing. So I said good riddance. I denounce the world and laugh in its face. My chest will never again be defiled by worldly filth. I will scrub away every last trace of human emotion. Then it will be empty, a blank slate, and ready to receive a supreme gnosis, brimming with pure divinity. There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief. Your era is coming to an end.
What was that? Did we actually just see the Balladier's memories? Everything matches what we know about him. But how is he connected to the divine consciousness that Hypatia was talking about?
You saw it, right? You felt it, right? Such a majestic god! Such a noble will! Such sublime emotion! Alas, shame. If only that which beats within my chest wasn't a filthy mortal heart. Oh, great and merciful God, please grant me forgiveness and salvation.
Do you understand now? I'm afraid this is no Puripurna life, but rather...
Ah! You! Why are you so mean to me? Why is everyone hiding from me? I found divine wisdom. Shouldn't I receive praise and honor? Haven't I uncovered that light in the darkness?
Hypatia?
That's how I always thought everything should be. Wait. Have I already lost my mind?
Wait, something isn't right.
Okay, she was able to pass on her consciousness to the traveler then. Where do they have you? I see you. Now that he's mastering the divine gaze, they're preparing his already puppet-like body as a vessel for divine power to steal the Gnosis and maybe discard a Raiden Shogun, although I don't think she's going to actually die. Whew! Intense! Yeah, the balladeer, that little Sacramouche with the hat, is supposed to be the Fatui that represents hatred.
Okay, we finally lost him. Are you okay, Nahida? Wait, no. Something feels different. You're back!
Oh, the Traveler's back?
Whoa. How long were we out for? Holy moly. I guess when you're in that divine gaze, or like when you're praying, or when you're talking to God, you come back into your own body and you don't realize that other things have been happening. That's a really good representation of that. What just happened?
Nahida was controlling your body for a while.
Dang.
It seemed like she jumped over to you as an emergency measure right before the Catherine puppet was destroyed. After that, Tighnari heard the commotion and came over. He helped us defeat the mercenaries, and then he ran with us all the way here.
How convenient. This time she didn't just transfer her mind into my body. Our minds swapped places. It's true.
What? You swapped places?
No, a little
your
bit.
Consciousness also went into Nahida's body?
I mean, it already was, but she just was able to pay attention to it.
Nahida's consciousness? Where is she now?
She's in a snow globe, as per
I never
usual.
imagined that an individual's consciousness could be transferred around like this. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. I don't think this can be achieved with current human technology.
It's quantum entanglement. It happens all the
While we
time.
were running, the consciousness in your body told me to pass on a message. She said, "The doctor has found a way to trap my consciousness, so I can't journey with you anymore. But even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies."
Oh no! Nahida's trapped in the sanctuary.
She said there's always a way.
For good this time.
She says it's about to get a lot more dark.
It's pretty vague. Oh, that makes sense. Since the doctor captured her, she won't be able to say anything without him knowing. She's being extra careful.
She can speak to us any which way she wants. All we have to do is listen.
On a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still drown out illusions and lies. Huh. Paimon knows the moon illusions and lies are from the alchemical divination at the Sumeru's festival. Didn't Nahida use a starlight analogy before? It had something to do with Setaria.
Starlight. Let's see. So there's a lot of moon references. We know that there was originally 3 moons in the very beginning of the prologue of the story. And one of them, like one of the sisters of the moons, like died or went missing or something. Nadia is often referred to as the moon, but I think starlight refers to the Setaria lady we were talking about. Illusions and lies refer to, I don't think it refers to the Academia's plans so much as it refers to the Akasha system, lying about being a two-way street for energy. Like, they pretend like it helps give you information, but it also takes your information, much like Amazon. So I'm going to say starlight.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Huh. Do you think Nahida was telling us to go find help in the desert? But she isn't with us anymore. Think we'll be okay?
Paimon, you said Sanctuary of Surasthana. Does this mean that this Nahida you're talking about, the consciousness who was occupying the traveler's body, is the Dendro Archon?
Your guess is correct, but the situation's a bit complicated, so it's really hard for us to explain right now.
That's all right. A scholar's curiosity doesn't need to be appeased right away. As for the complicated nature of the situation, safe to say I have witnessed that for myself. I've spent some time with you, and it looks like the Dendro Archon's also on your side, so I trust you.
Thank you, Tighnari. Oh, actually, we came here to ask you a question. What do you know about the project that the sages have been working on?
Ah, that. While I was indeed invited to join that project, the sages were always secretive about its scope and goals, so I eventually declined. All I know is that that project has something to do with the restoration of Irminsul.
Huh? Did you see something when you were in Nahida's body? What?
Do you have any evidence? So that's what happened. That explains why Hypatia's symptoms were different from those of the other scholars who went mad. It's because she made contact with the consciousness of a new god who is still in the process of being born.
Tighnari, did you leave the Avidia Forest because of Hypatia?
I did. I noticed Hypatia's mental anomalies, but since her symptoms were rather atypical, I secretly took her to Pardes Dii and began searching for a way to return her to her normal self. If I didn't take action, Hypatia would have already been taken by the Matra to the desert, doomed to a life of exile at Aru Village. Now that you mention it, I knew the Academia has never thought particularly highly of Lesser Lord Kusanali, but I still didn't expect them to do something as arrogant as creating a new god. Looks like I made the right decision by not accepting their invitation. The Doctor and the Balladeer. We have 2 Fatui Harbingers in Sumeru. Sounds like we're in for a bad time. From your description, I don't think they've completed their project. There may still be room for us to intervene. But then, what is the connection between creating a new god and restoring Irminsul.
Yeah, it feels like we're still nowhere close to figuring out the sage's goals. Right, we've pretty much gone over everything we need to know, so we should head out. How about you, Tighnari? What are you going to do?
I'll stay here for now. I still want to try a few more things to help Hypatia. If you're planning to go into the desert, start by heading for Caravan Rabat. That'll be your fastest route. Come find me here if there's anything else I can do to help.
Thanks, Tighnari. Hopefully Hypatia will feel better soon. We're off then.
The god gaze is back. That's right, baby. Stare into the abyss and the abyss will stare right back into you. Let's go. Ah! I'm excited to go explore the desert. Look at it. It's so creepy. Look at it sucking the sand from the sky or whatever. Whatever that is. Hey, Boomdog, how you doing? Boomdog found me on Twitch the other day and I was like, I'm actually going to try to go on YouTube. He's like, good, I'm on YouTube more. I was like, cool. Thanks for being here. We're midway through the story, so no spoilers if you're a little bit ahead, but let's see if we can't learn a way to free the God of Wisdom. It's an interesting concept to think of Nahida as not being born yet, though. Isn't it? Because if she's not born yet, then that means what? It has to happen, or it means somebody else is not done yet. Can't there only be one sovereign at a time? I don't know. We gonna find out.
We're way behind schedule.
You saw my tweet? Okay, good. Man, I was having such trouble last night getting the link to be correct, and I tried to make a thumbnail, and it was so ugly, and I was like, let me just redo this whole thing. Look at these cute little meats with mushrooms.
Access denied. Come on, focus.
I said, look at these cute little meats with mushrooms. Get over here and die. Meat and mushroom. I thought that was clever. You've been following on Twitch for a long time? Aww. Well, thanks for being here on YouTube, man. I really want to put some... I have some really interesting thoughts on the theory and the lore in Genshin, and I'm really excited to put it together in a more highly produced way. So hopefully I'll put some cooler stuff up on this channel soon, even though I'm sure a lot of people are very sick of my Genshin content, but thanks for following me over here anyway. It's definitely a sprawling lore you don't... Yeah, and I'd like to make some videos where, like, if I'm having a stream like this, I can be like, here's a short key for a video where I explain that in 5 minutes. Like, that's what I want to be on my channel. Legit. Because there's so much to explain. But I enjoy fixating on it and learning about it, so might as well explain it, you know? It'll be called Amber Explains Everything. Amber Explains Genshin. Part 196. You subscribe to my YouTube channel. There should be a red button. Appreciate you for that. Let's do this here. To the desert. Look, we unlocked a new part of the map, you guys. This is definitely the biggest area of the map of the entire game, at least thus far. Like, what? Sumeru. This is all in the last couple weeks. It's so much. Let's see if I can fast travel a little closer to there. Yeah. Let's see if let me do that. If it's not a red button and it's grayed out, you're already subscribed. Have a lovely night, Kat. Thanks for holding down the fort earlier. I really appreciate it. Enjoy work and enjoy your pizzas that you're making for your friends later. Yeah, on mobile it's a little bit more limited. But usually if you don't see a big red subscribe button, it's usually because you're already subscribed. So they take away the noise, I feel like. Hold on, let me turn on the lights now that the sun's going down a little bit. It's getting interference. Oh, thanks, Boomdog. All right. And we're back. Let's do this. Oh wait, let's do that. Yay! Awesome. This isn't the worst. I got this at the dollar store. It's called CBD Living Sparkling Honey. It has vitamin B. Does it have taurine? No. But it does have 25 milligrams of hemp-derived CBD, which is pretty dang cheap for $1. As somebody who understands a lot about cannabis, that's a good deal. It is still a really low dosage, but I mean, that's enough to make a headache go away, basically. Oh, it does have zinc, but I'm always looking for taurine energy drinks. Hey. Hey, Daniel, how you doing? How much sugar? 0 grams of sugar. It says sugar alcohol 3 grams. So less than 1% sugar. I think it uses stevia. Yeah, it uses stevia instead of sugar. And honey, that's why. I'm like, I usually don't really care for the taste of stevia. And vegetable juice a little bit, but not enough for like it to be sugary. But it's hard to cover up the taste of vitamin B. Vitamin B's like tastes so gnarly, and usually like for me, any like non-Coca-Cola beverage is usually not sweet in a way that I find enjoyable. It's usually sweet in a way that I find tolerable. Does that make sense? Like, was it the Celsius drinks they sell at Costco? Those are terrible too. I think I'm just getting pickier with my drinks. I don't know. Indeed, indeed. All right. I mean, even sometimes mineral water can be, you know, but I need to fix this. 1 second. I would like to find a non-Red Bull, very easy to find, so like Coca-Cola brand, but you know, it doesn't have to be Coca-Cola, but like you could get it anywhere, like a 7-Eleven or I don't know, something. I want to be able to have the effects of Red Bull without me having to buy Red Bull. That is what I want. And I want the taste to ideally not be more terrible than Red Bull, because Red Bull doesn't even taste that good, you guys. It tastes okay, but everything else compared to it, disgusting. And they don't work as well. I think it has to be the taste of vitamin B, I swear to God. It must, because vitamins taste funky. Monster does not taste good to me. Monster tastes like Diet Mountain Dew to me. That's it tastes like chemicals with frosting that have been shoved and like rubbed into the gums next to my teeth. It tastes disgusting. I don't want it. Bubbly has energy drinks? Bubbly is the Ralph's brand, I think. Like lemon lime seltzer water. They were really good. I think Red Bull would give you the shakes. It probably would, but for somebody that is chronically understimulated in terms of dopamine in my nervous system, vitamin B, D, iron, and sugar, glucose, all affect my ability to hold on to dopamine that naturally occurs in my body, which is part of my disorder, right? ADHD. So having caffeine helps, but it almost goes away. Caffeine helps me feel awake, which makes the neurotransmitter norepinephrine turn off, so I don't feel anxious. But I don't feel awake, which is why people with ADHD can have coffee and then go to bed, because they're like, well, I feel better, I think, but I don't feel like ready to go. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I digress. Let's get back into it. Oh, Bubba's made by Coca-Cola? Ooh, fingers crossed, man. Here's my dream. Red Bull with less sugar, like a seltzer water, like a LaCroix, like a lime LaCroix. Like, that would be ideal for me. With the energy of the Red Bull, plus, 5 milligrams of CBD? Ooh! I would drink that every day for the rest of my life. That is what I want to make. CBD is a non-psychoactive, long story short, we're going to call it non-psychoactive because it doesn't do anything to you in terms of what you think psychoactive is. But technically it is psychoactive because it affects your nervous system. Whatever. Anyway, it's the non-psychoactive part of the cannabis plant. That happens to also be the best anti-inflammatory in the world. Better than ibuprofen, better than anything that's ever been invented. Which is why they give it to toddlers who have really bad seizures. And it works instantly. You put a drop of CBD on the tongue, you stop having a seizure. It works 99% of the time. But, you know, it's a Scheduled 1 drug because it also happens to be attached to a plant that also gets you high. So if you can find CBD, even if you don't feel much, you should definitely check it out. It definitely cannot kill you. It is impossible for it to kill you, and I can take time to explain why that is. But there's a lot of fear around it, and it's really cool that I'm seeing it in drinks now. Although I gotta say most of them taste really bad. This doesn't. But definitely worth trying. Bubbly Bounce's caffeinated sparkling water? I didn't know it was caffeinated. Holy crap. That changes everything. Are you rolling, Daniel? Who do you want? I'm saving up for Venti. I'm gonna try to. I'm pretty much out of my Primo gems now because I rolled like 5 times for Candace. I got Candace twice. In fact, we should pull her out, huh? Oh, whoops. Okay, back to the cutscene. Back to the cutscene. Sorry.
We finally made it to Caravan Reebok. It's pretty lively here. So, just past this wall is the desert, huh? Oh, wow. Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel. It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh, if it's this tall, it's gotta be the divine work of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, right?
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
Huh?
Over here.
Oh, hey, then went that way!
I was muted. I was saying thank you. It's like sometimes you just need a fizzy drink to wake you up. Venti is up now. Yes, you are. Yes, sir. It's a rerun. Check it out. Go to the Wish banner. And there's 2. Oh, am I still muted? There's probably a huge delay. Yes, you can wish for him. So I'm a little behind. I don't know if I can shop for anymore right now. Let's see. Hell yeah, I'll take that. Alright. That's it for now. And I got Cookie. I almost forgot. You hear me now? Okay, cool. Sorry, there's just a bit more of a delay. Time for you to go to bed. Okay, thanks for stopping by. Last day of training. Oh, you definitely got to be sharp for that. This person has a 485 video playlist for Genshin Impact. All the cutscenes. Nice. I want to do that too because I've recorded all of them anyway, so I'm just going to post them on YouTube. Maybe a different YouTube channel, but definitely its own YouTube playlist of just the cutscenes. Because I like watching them, and I'm going to use them for other videos where I talk about them anyway, so I might as well log them and share them, right?
What the? Where did she go? How did we lose them? They were just here a second ago.
More Aramite mercenaries? Who are they working for this time? Anyway, Traveler, it seems like we were being followed again.
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you a long time ago. There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of personal favors.
It was being sarcastic.
All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across. Okay. It's a habit I developed at the Academia.
You really gave Paimon a scare, Alhaitham. We never thought we'd run into you here.
Last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the Academia? Wait, don't tell Paimon that you're here to take us back on their orders!
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the Academia's hit list. I can't say that I didn't expect it. However, had I wished to turn you over to the Academia, don't you think you'd already be the Eremites' honored guests by now?
Oh, right. You do have a point.
I have no interest in running errands for that project. As a scholar, I've always belonged to the camp that promotes researcher autonomy. And these days, you're more fascinating than anything the sages can offer. Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Unfortunately, I've run into some difficulties. Everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. If I am to get to the bottom of this, I must understand how the capsule first came to be. Which brings me back to you, and why you're so interesting. The leader of Ainul Ahmar used the Divine Knowledge Capsule right in front of you, and upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for quite some time. To have that kind of reaction, I think you must have realized something. Are you interested at all in sharing what you've been hiding from me?
Alhaitham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail. What kind of person even notices or remembers stuff like that?
So that's your answer. Well, I do work for the Academia after all. So considering that, it is indeed wise to keep your cards close to your chest. But that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about the Divine Knowledge Capsule. Am I right?
Hey, I got a question. Why do you have like a green gem inserted into your chest, like Iron Man? Like it's not jewelry. It's shoved in there. What's that about? You want to talk about that? No?
No matter. Rather than simply learning the answers from you, I'd still prefer to investigate on my own. Speaking of, you two are also headed to the desert?
That's right! We have the same plan as you! But we don't really have any concrete goals at the moment.
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the desert, so it'll probably have more resources and intel than anywhere else. Well, would you like to head there together?
It's always better to travel with someone you know. Let's go!
We going on a road trip. Could be part of the costume, but we do have a diamond there. You're right. Maybe it's some kind of totem they have or something, part of their uniform. I don't know. Hey Mika, how you doing? Welcome on in. We just in the middle of this Archon quest right here. Just met up with Alhaitham. I'm about to go explore the desert part. I think they want me to walk through it, since I kind of like cheated and went ahead and you know, used the map yesterday because I couldn't help myself. Go get some dinner. Yes, please. Eat some red meat. Go rest and digest. Thanks for hanging out, Rainbow Skate. Thanks for holding down the fort, Daniel. Let's go explore. You have at least at level 90? Look at the desert cat! Oh, he's so cute! I love you. And the desert. Look how the sky changes. They did such a good job with the sand. Oh, hello.
No touching. All hail. Born of ice and frost.
Yeah. Welcome to the desert. Man, I miss being in the desert so much. I lived in Las Vegas for 2 years, and my favorite part about it was traveling to and from California in the desert. Well, look at these big boys. Lizard baby! Thank you so much. The scorpion's about to...
Next on the agenda.
Better not. Better not come for me, scorpion. Wait a minute. How do I get... Let's see. Looks like I'm here, but I don't see it. I want to see the desert cat. No, don't run from me! What's that? A scarab. See, I told you a scarab. Oh no, I thought a scion was a beetle. Scarab. We saw the Anayaka. That's why I was like, why do I know something about beetles? Let me see this. Let me see this boy right here. I love it when they introduce new animals. Okay. Scarab, local specialty, a tenacious beetle that finds repose. Well, we have another beetle here. Onikabuto. Cool. Golden pattern on such beetle shells hints at some deep relationship between them and the ancient ruins that dot the desert. Creepy.
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven of the desert folk.
Whoa, this landscape is really something else. What a cool place!
Don't they work together?
Simon. Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the Academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how I invited the General Mahamacho's wrath?
Oh, Hatham. Do not think you can escape my judgment, just because you managed to escape my attack.
That doesn't answer the question.
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it? Or would elimination perhaps be a more option?
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me. Though styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice for the Matra, as well you know.
Seemed to me more like your own personal touch.
Who is that, Alhaitham? Did you call him General Mahamatra?
Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia. He's a formidable hunter, and the ultimate nightmare for any who have committed academic crimes.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Alhaitham, to the point of blocking an attack for him. If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I wouldn't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth. I have been pursuing this scribe for a long time. I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
Has Alhaitham done something wrong? Paimon doesn't think he's as bad as you made him out to be.
I won't waste my breath explaining things.
Well?
Alhaitham. I saw it during our fight. Take it out. The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person. Unless you want me to retrieve it for myself.
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes a Matra's senses.
Weren't we just talking about the thing in his chest? No, okay. It just was a camera angle.
The divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port Ormos?
I mean, it probably did, and then he took it.
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. What does this capsule mean to you? And why, as General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you all alone in the desert? As far as I'm aware, the other Matra have been speculating about your disappearance. Have you been given a mission that's, let's say, morally dubious? If I was the real target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to judge me within the walls of the Academia?
I should have known you'd be difficult to deal with.
You two? Ugh! What you would do, Traveler? Paimon feels like we can't trust either of them!
Ahem. Well, look at you two, acting all tough and self-righteous over there.
Wait, Dia? Great! Finally, someone that we can trust! You gotta help us out here, otherwise these two are gonna start fighting again!
Yeah, sure looks that way. Two giants from the Academia duking it out once and for all. That's for sure. Listen, I know you academic types love rules and virtues over each other, but how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village?
Let him know.
It seems like someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to respect these grounds.
Oh, Big Sis is here.
Hey, did either of you hear a word I just said?
Whoa, what's going on?
Hey! All of you, over here, quickly! We have to take cover!
Someone's calling for us! Oh, this wind is too strong! Let's get over there!
That sounded like Candace. Come on, you two. Jeez, are all of you Academia folks such hard work?
Yes.
Move it!
All right, stop yelling.
Don't worry, you guys can spat like little children on the inside. I'm excited to meet all these characters!
pretty awkward. Hey, wanna play sardines with 3 people who wanna tear each other limb from limb? Sure, why not? Sounds fun. The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm dies down. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace, protector of Aru Village.
Our savior has come at last!
I love her outfit.
Nice to meet you, Candace. The name's Paimon. Thank you so much for helping us.
She's so cool.
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather gets rough.
Wow, she's so gentle and caring, like a nice older sister. Unlike those guys over there.
Dea has been nothing but nice.
Now that we're all better acquainted, we should return to the topic at hand. As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observing your conflict from afar, even before the sandstorm started. And now that you have set foot within Aru Village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure that you pose no threat whatsoever to us. So please, have an honest and sincere conversation with one another, and put your hostile feelings to rest. If anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time with the creatures of the sandstorm.
Oh, on second thought, Paimon may have misjudged Candace's character.
And that goes for you too, Miss Dea. Do I make myself clear?
All right, we got it, Candace.
That's what I like to hear. So, which of you will begin?
I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now. Anyway, one of those two should probably start talking.
Wait, that was you trying to be a mediator?
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While all Haytham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned a morally dubious mission. Rather, I've chosen to exile myself.
Huh? Exile yourself?
A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development files. What little they did report clearly did not match the project's actual progress. As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, to my surprise, the person responsible for the erroneous data was none other than Grand Sage Azar himself. I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request, but I soon found that all leads and potential pieces of incriminating evidence were carefully concealed from me. I began to realize that they were cautious of me from the very beginning. Unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission reached his desk. He even said to me, "The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the sages. You have no right to judge us."
So they really are up to no good.
I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the sages to assert and maintain their control over knowledge. The vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold, they are meaningless to the academia of today. I believed it would be wise to flee the academia before the sages had a chance to take action against me. This way, they can no longer see nor predict my actions. I will never give up on this investigation. There's no need for someone else to give me power or authority. Once I find the truth, I will administer judgment by my own name.
Sino seems to have the same goal as us. We're all investigating the sages. Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he somehow feels a lot less scary. Well, Sino, if that's your story, then why did you see Alhaitham as a target?
When I was investigating the matter in the academia, I overheard a conversation between Alhaitham and a sage. The sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this, Alhaitham?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the Divine Knowledge Capsule, and I think we deserve an explanation.
Yes. I was indeed tasked with investigating the Traveler. After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The sage told me, once you've completed, I can give you a glimpse of divine knowledge.
A most enticing offer.
Unfortunately, those academics... Isn't it a little strange they're so willing to share divine knowledge with anyone, even as a reward? So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In the end, I realized my wisdom in committing to this rather than collaborating with the sages. Had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ain al-Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long enough to hold a conversation.
You mean...
the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Criminals do love to talk about coincidences.
Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing assistance to the academia. Also, you should remember, you were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
That's true. Alhaitham helped us out at Caravan Rebot as well. Maybe he's telling the truth.
I'm willing to apologize, if that's worth anything to you. I took the Divine Knowledge Capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that it would be best for no one to interact with it before it had been properly studied. After all, curiosity often proves to be the most dangerous thing in this land.
You should be well aware, Scribe Alhaitham, that curiosity can also lead you to danger and suspicion. Answer me this. Did the sages share any information about their project with you?
Have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the academia. Do you really think they would tell me anything?
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence, I won't regard you as an enemy, for now.
As you wish.
Good. I'm glad to see you two clearing up your misunderstandings. And now you, Dia. I believe it's your turn.
See? It's not difficult at all.
Whatever the boys were talking about must have been so boring that I spaced out.
It was boring. This communication could have been made ages ago. It would have been
My
fine.
employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with the Traveler and is currently recovering from her illness at home. I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to Aru Village for a visit. I was actually looking forward to a pretty exciting time getting back together with everyone here. But then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off, and things went downhill from there.
Is that all? Well, I will admit that definitely sounds like your style. In that case, welcome back, Dia.
That's more like it. I missed you all so much, Candace.
Whoa! What was that sound?
No need to worry. Now that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home. I'll take a quick trip outside to clear out some of those creatures in the sandstorm.
Oh, we got dragons.
Creatures? In the sandstorm?
Candace got dragons.
Are you sure you don't want some backup?
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive training in these conditions is at a disadvantage. You needn't worry.
Yeah, just leave him to Candace. Don't worry, she's as tough as they come.
The wind's died down. That means the sandstorm's over, right? Candace still isn't back yet, though. Is she alright? Maybe we should go out and check on her.
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. All right, let's go. We've been here long enough, and the boys are as chatty as the floor.
Oh boy. I wonder if that means we're going to get a chance to fight with them. So pretty. So pretty. Here she is. Uh-oh.
Oh, Candace, you're still fighting? You've been out here dealing with these creatures the entire time?
Yes. They just keep coming in waves. I've lost count of how many I've defeated. Before I realized it, even the sandstorm had stopped.
Ah! Here comes another wave!
Leave this round to us. I got interrupted earlier, but now I have something to take my anger out on.
It's been quite a while since I've seen the Flame Mane in action. I'll leave these to you then.
Oh.
I'll be sure to put on a good show.
It reminds me of Kaya and D-Luke and Mondstadt. Fire and ice.
No touching! For Rex Lapis!
Gather! This is order!
Rain Cutter! Access denied! This is long overdue!
Here comes another wave! When are they ever gonna let up?
Terminate! Rain outlines your fate.
The creatures stopped appearing. Was that the last of them?
What we fought just now was probably the aftermath of the sandstorm. So we should be safe for the time being.
Well fought, everyone. No injuries, I hope.
Huh?
Ah, my apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I had my hands full taking care of the village's elderly and children. I am the chief of Aru Village. Everyone usually calls me Uncle Anpu.
Sir, I am also originally from the desert, but I have not been back for some time now. May I ask if such sandstorms are common?
I can't say they've always been common, but besides sandstorms, we also occasionally get earthquakes. According to an investigator who stayed in the village a while ago, these unusual natural phenomena are related to the withering of Irminsul.
Another effect of Irminsul's withering. So, Irminsul's withering causes withering zones in the forest, and sandstorms and earthquakes here in the desert?
Everything in the natural world is inextricably connected to Irminsul. These regional symptoms can indeed be a reflection of Irminsul's present state.
Everyone in Aru Village needs to take good care of themselves. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single village keeper since I got here?
Village keeper? Who are they?
Does your curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how Aru Village refers to mad scholars exiled here by the Academia. Most of them are scholars who lost their sanity after a period of training in the Avidia forest. The Academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other scholars. So, they're forcibly exiled to the desert. Though if you ask me, it's all a boatload of nonsense.
Alas, that's exactly what we've been trying to investigate. One by one, the village keepers have been mysteriously disappearing without a trace. But no one in the village has ever seen them leave. If you're planning to stay around the village for the next few days, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye out for them.
I've had encounters with those people in the past. I'll see what I can do to help.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them, are you trying to alleviate your guilt and atone for your past sins? I'm fascinated by how you think.
Mock me if you will, but if you are guilty, I will eliminate you, regardless.
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these kinds of investigations. Thank you for your help.
Former? Word must travel very fast out here to the desert. Didn't he just say he left?
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First they lose their sanity, now this! But, is it really a good idea to tag along with Sino? You seem like you really don't trust him.
I'll be grateful for the assistance. No doubt you will do a better job than some of my former subordinates. Let's start by finding a spot to share what we know so far.
Wow, he really feels that he's superior to everyone he meets, doesn't he? How charming. I want to, but I also want to get through the story. So I'm not going to engage.
No, my sword!
Although I've sent myself into exile, I'm still doing essentially the same things as before. Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation? One of my former subordinates told me that this title has its origins in a strange incident. The Academia has long exiled mad scholars to Aru Village. A mysterious phenomenon exists here. When mad scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. But after spending some time here, they invariably begin to calm down. Initially, the people of Aru Village greatly resented having to take in the mad scholars. But a strange incident one night changed that. Aru Village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse all around him, the then chief of the village was preparing to take everyone to safety. Suddenly, he noticed a mad scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. A soft, green light radiated from him, like a divine glow against the backdrop of night. Despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night, all the houses remained upright, almost as if they had grown roots reaching deep into the ground. In the end, not a single building collapsed, and no one was hurt. After that,
So
the
cool.
people of Aru Village treated the mad scholars with greater kindness, and began to refer to them as the village keepers.
Oh.
Soft green light? A mad scholar protecting Aru Village? Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Sino, do you know if any of the mad scholars continued to wear their Akasha terminals at Aru Village?
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the academia could still monitor their activities. With that said, the main Akasha system would no longer have any interaction with them.
Oh, no wonder! Everything makes sense then! Add in the fact that they calmed down, it was probably Nahida who calmed them.
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone, then it appears you possess much more information than I do. So, what do you make of the story? Really? Lesser Lord Kusanali.
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was definitely using the Akasha to give her power to the mad scholars!
No, it's not so much that I don't believe you. I'm just struck by your reasoning. Lesser Lord Kusanali, the current Dendro Archon. Is she really active in Sumeru? The Academia has always placed far greater importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. They've more or less ignored Lesser Lord Kusanali, and I've never had any reason to doubt their views. In addition, I've never heard any stories about Lesser Lord Kusanali and her deeds. To me, she might as well have been a god that never existed.
No way! Nahida definitely exists! She's a... how should Paimon put it? She's a good Archon who's kind and wise, even if she says weird stuff sometimes.
I've spent many years interrogating criminals, so I can easily tell when someone is lying.
Good! Then you should know that we're telling the truth!
That look in your eyes. I've never seen that from a liar.
They don't have it.
You two really must have met Lesser
It's
Lord
called
Kusanali.
authenticity.
How can this be? To think, our Archon has been amongst us this entire time.
Alright, now it's our turn to put our skills to good use for this investigation. But easier said than done, especially since we don't have any leads. Maybe we can start by knocking on some doors.
Excuse me, are you here to help me find my grandpa?
Huh? Who are you?
I mean, I guess we are now.
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isak. You'll help me find my grandpa, right?
Is your grandpa a mad scholar?
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa. Why do you have to call him that? It's not like he's a bad person or anything.
The person you're referring to is not a local, yet you are. Why do you call him Grandpa?
Grandpa is just Grandpa. He's my family. I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please, you gotta take me with you. I want to find my grandpa.
Ah, so you're the one who was eavesdropping on us around the village chief's house. I was planning to go out and take care of whoever it was, but I had a vague feeling that they didn't harbor any ill intent.
Whoa. Haytham wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Sino, he's just a kid. All he wants is to find his grandpa. Let's find a way to help him.
Sorry, I was only listening in because I wanted to know where Grandpa went. Honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Candace.
All right. But first, let's confirm the facts with Candace.
He was like, I was also, you know, there's a totally helpless child that I'm in a great position to help that I was thinking about not helping. but I guess I will. And everyone's like, oh, swoon. Wow. Look at you. Having one drop of empathy. How good. Congratulations on the bare minimum, I guess? Not loving Tighnari or Sino so far. Got a little wind tunnel. Ooh, that's a cool tent. Ooh. Pretty, pretty. Oh, I'll take this teleport. Uh-oh. I'm probably gonna have to fight something, huh? What's that? Something in the grass over there? Something in the grass yonder? Okay, I'm trying to activate whatever it is.
Time to act.
It does look like there's water down there. Ah! Where am I going? Okay. I feel like there's an easier way to get up there that I'm not figuring out right now. Okay.
Body and mind.
It's blocking something. I don't know.
Sino is super vigilant. Is this what all the Matra are like?
Ah, you're back already.
We just wanted to confirm something with you. Do you know a boy by the name of Isak?
I had a feeling he'd go looking for you.
Huh? You knew this would happen?
Yes. Although he tried his best to stay hidden, I still noticed him eavesdropping outside the window. He really wants to get his grandfather back. Isak's parents were both Aramite mercenaries who rarely returned to the village after finding employment in the city. He was raised by his grandfather. Unfortunately, it was only a few years before his grandpa passed away. Isak was still very young at the time, so various families in the village took turns caring for him so he could survive. Later, an elderly mad scholar arrived at the village. Isak thought the scholar bore a striking resemblance to his grandfather, and thus often spied on the man. However, the scholar was unkempt in appearance and incoherent in speech. Although Isak referred to the man as his grandpa, he was afraid and didn't dare to approach him. One summer night, the oft mumbling and bumbling grandpa suddenly calmed down and seemed to become more lucid. He even noticed Isak hiding in the distance. So Grandpa walked up to Isak and patted him on the head. He even took Isak to the entrance of the village, where he patiently taught the boy the names of the stars, and accompanied Isak until he fell asleep. The next morning, Isak woke up and wanted to go find his grandpa again, only to realize his grandpa no longer recognized him. However, even so,
Grandpa retained his calm expression. It's said that those who saw the scholar claimed he no longer appeared to be crazy, but appeared to be living in his own world, almost as if he were sleepwalking. Isak was thrilled that his grandpa was able to find peace, and would follow him all the time, asking him things like, "Grandpa, want me to take you somewhere fun?" Or, "Grandpa, could you tell me stories about the stars again?"
All this somehow just makes Paimon feel really sad. It seems like they both deserve so much better.
Perhaps. Nearly everyone who lives in the desert has some form of hardship or regret. But even so, we must still continue on with our lives. It's also my reason for fighting. I must continue to protect this land.
Lucid Grandpa.
Maybe the people have always had a considerate god watching over them.
Huh? What did you say, Sino?
No, nothing. As long as Isak keeps his word and doesn't get in our way, we can take him along.
Perhaps you are more compassionate than I gave you credit for. Please accept
He's
my
not.
thanks on Isak's behalf, Sino.
He's not. He's just doing the bare minimum. That's it.
Hey, Isak! Oh, it's you guys! We've cleared everything up. Let's go find your grandpa.
Really? Wow! Thank you so much! Yeah!
Alright. Let's ask the local residents some questions first.
What? That's it? Was this supposed to end on a cliffhanger? I feel like we just got started. Okay. Really? Complete dreams, emptiness, and deception. Oh, okay. Well, at least we've implemented sleepwalking into the story now, so I think we'll start to hear some details of what people might have been able to dream about after they left Sumeru, or I guess Sumeru City more accurately, I suppose. Oh, but there's an Act 4. Okay, cool. We will pick up on Act 4 next time. So I'll give you guys a chance to play through it too, because it'll be just as long as this one. But interesting. And then we'll do the story quests soon. What day is it today? Don't think I can do it tomorrow. I can do it tomorrow. I can do it tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow afternoon, probably around this time. Probably around 3 or 4 Pacific Standard Time. Eastern Time would probably be like 7 or 8. Oop, did I just delete something? No. Haha! Yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. Should I try to do a poll before we go? I would love to know if you guys have any questions or what your favorite part of the story was. I feel like the story is not even close to being done yet, so I am kind of withholding my judgment, but it's exciting to see Nahida and the respect that she deserves, or perhaps the knowledge of her wisdom starting to grow, travel a little bit. I find the drama between Alhaitham and Sino to be silly, but you know, we always need good contrast for characters to be their most interesting, right? Diluc wouldn't be half as fun if he didn't have Kaya bothering him at the bar, right? And then hopefully, you know what, when I come back tomorrow, I'll have 10 more wishes to make a wish for this tone-deaf bard that I still don't have. If you guys enjoyed watching the story update with me, please hit like and subscribe to the channel if you're new here, and if you're not, welcome back. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is Amber, and I will see you next time for Act 4. I'll make a live stream alert probably tonight for it, and it'll stream tomorrow. So check back here. Bye! I mean, like, is that the song for Doug? Yes. Does it belong here? No. Like, what else can be done, you know?